Okay. Everything's working. Hey everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Pathfinder DM night. Today I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of prep work. Wait, hang on. I just realized I forgot to fix something. Shit. I need to change something. Give me a second, chat. Chat settings. I have changed the setting for dance stream, and I need to change it back for normal stream. Okay, do not hide. There we go. And where is refresh that. Did it work? Yep, it did work. Okay. Yeah, welcome everyone. So today I'm going to be doing a lot of prep work. Going to be doing this live. Yeah, I need to change the scenes a little bit. Give me a second. This is deprecated. Okay. Okay, and then I come back here and I tuck myself over here while I make some changes to the background and stuff. Need to I need to swap Ganon's name tag over here, while my name tag goes over here. There we go. I need to change that eventually, but we'll do that next time. Actually, hang on, let me come over here and make sure this is... Oops. Okay, I'm just gonna put this here for now. And my name tag will be here. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Okay, that part's done. Now I need to bring back display capture. Or do I only bring back Foundry? Did I have this set up properly? I did not. Let me mess with this real quick. I need to mess with the size and everything of the window. Okay. Eventually all of those images of our characters are eventually going to be replaced. But for now they're going to be there as placeholder because they're there for our again campaign. What is that weird border I'm seeing? Ah, right, it's the scroll wheel. Okay, that's fine. It looks a little ugly if there's that border there. Hang on, let me try to fix this. Hi Mitchell, I appreciate the like. Thank you. It's going to be some stat blocking today, so yeah. Today's stream will be spoilerific for my players. I'll leave it up to you guys whether or not you want to chill out, but I'm going to be mostly just talking to myself for the most part. Hope everyone's been having a good weekend so far. Okay, let me bring up my Google Docs. I'm going to be trying to start encounters in order that I think that the party is going to encounter them. Now the question is, do I place them into animals or do I place them into a complete new folder called the Feywild folder? I'm trying to think about how to organize this for my own reference going into the future. Let me think. You know what? I'm gonna leave it in the the animal section. Yeah, the animals I'm gonna leave in the animal section, and then the unique tribal society they encounter, they're gonna be in their own folder here. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I need to mess with this. I need to duplicate this. There's gonna be a tall goose mark too. Now let's see here. I need to look up some monsters. Search companion pack 4. There's some NPC eagles, but these no longer work for giving the party a challenge. The party can very easily chop their way through these. So how do I make these things tougher to create that move? I could just improve their chance to hit. Hang on, I need to double check against the parties. AC. Quadrum's AC is a good character to check against. His AC is 21. If his AC is 21... I could make this a danger to the party by just buffing the accuracy up to plus 10. They have really low AC. I might buff the AC a little bit as well. Their HP is gonna stay low no matter what. Reflexes is gonna be buffed. Hang on, let me see. Are there any other bird type enemies? Raven, Bestiary 2. Similar. -1. Hmm. Hmm. They don't have actually goose enemy, right? No, they only have golden goose weapon. Let me see. Phantom Raven. Walk the ethereal line? What the fuck is this? The Phantom walks the line between the ethereal and material plane. What? There's a ghost raven? Huh. Hi, Mitchell. Yeah, the Mitchell. Hello, welcome. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Actually, hang on, I need to mess with my layout a little bit. Standby chat, let me fix this. Today is all preparation work to make sure that we can have all this ready for when we do Pathfinder stream again. Doing good. Am I playing D&D? Not so much playing, more doing prep for when my Pathfinder campaign returns. I'm currently statting out my encounters that my party are going to face. So yeah, not exactly playing, doing prep work. So today is going to be a very chill, comfy stream for you guys while I work on this that you see here. Just checking my books here. Well, checking my books and creating creature stats. What is a group of geese? Do you know? What is the word for a group of geese? A gaggle of geese. I need to... I'm going to buff this goose for when the party encounters them, so I need to see what is a good hit to check against. Let me check Dahlia. Accuracy. Dahlia's accuracy is plus 11. These are going to be... Yeah, Elite Goose. Plus 8 to hit. What is Ivan's AC? 16. Okay, this way these things are actually dangerous, but the amount of damage they do is quite weak. Only 1d6 plus 2. Yeah. Okay, these are good. Okay, I'm going to have this. Lock up us, make him strong and stuff. Well, the Tall Goose Mark II is going to be the strong one. These geese are more like just things that the Tall Goose can launch. There we go, Tall Goose babies. call it angry goose. Nah, this is the tall goose is already a persistent enemy in my campaign, so it's not gonna be angry goose. It's just good. This is tall goose. And it's gonna have a unique action. Let's create an action. Summoner. Action 2. Action. Robot. it's a tall goose. It's a mechanoid beast. Yes, it's a Gundam reference. Chat. If any of you were here before, you guys would remember the tall goose. The tall goose. Unveils its brood. It carry on its back and launches to tall goose babies. These babies will activate after the tall goose and move and attack in the each move and attack once. Let him smack them. The tall goose smacks them. Let who smack who? Well, my party is eventually going to be smacking this. Yes. Now let me see. I need to stat the goose swarm. What happens if I lead this? Nah, I won't delete this. Swarming beach speaks. Or should I have the tall goose just launch the swarm instead? You know what? No. Launch the goose swarm instead. I'm changing my mind. The tall goose launches the goose swarm. Yes. Activity? Why is it listed as an activity? That's strange. Oh, everything is an activity, huh? Launch time to battle, yes. Launch time to battle. Like a tall goose equipped with funnels. There we go, perfect. There we go. Mage Cunning. Secure chimney, fun to keep a candles going there. Swarm mine. Immune to mental effects, low light vision. That doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes. Launches a tall goose, baby swarm. Okay, I need Gundam goose. Yeah, tall goose. I need a image of a flock of angry geese. Let's try to see if I can find an image of a whole bunch of angry geese. Come on, nature photography. Surely you guys have an image of a gaggle of angry geese that I can use, right? Are you gonna play as the Dungeon Master as again? Well, Ganon is still doing his campaign, but I'm prepping for my own campaign where I'm the DM. So yeah, once I'm done with prep work and Diana's done with his campaign, I'm gonna be swapping back in as the DM and ish. You guys are going to just you guys are gonna see how peer into the mine of my insanity, pretty much. Geese attack. Oh, come on. Why is there no photo of a geese attack? Into the... Oh, you were wondering? Yeah. Into the battle of my own, yep. A battle of my own making. A nightmare for my friends to journey through and struggle against and possibly die. Mwahahaha. Mwahahaha. Damn it, where? Okay, this'll do. This'll do as an image. Let me grab this and right here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I need to go into token stamp. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, you guys will be able to see what I'm working on eventually once I'm done. Creating the token. Standby. Chatto. Okay, there we go. Now, download the image. Save it as Goose. Okay, now that's done. Look for a flock of geese. Oh, it's fine. I found it already. Found a good image. Now, let me bring this over. There we go. Tall goose baby swarm. Yes. 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 Let me see what happens if I perform this action. Heck yeah. Okay. Okay, this works. Okay, so the tall goose encounter is prepped. Now I need to check something about the elephant encounter. I need to see if this will destroy my party. Okay, so let me check my handy dandy encounter builder. The elephant is a creature level 7. Let's see, my party size is 4. No, 5. Party level is 4. Party size 5. And now organized by level. Let's go to a level 7. Okay, it's counted as a moderate. If this is a moderate, then what are different forms of elephant are there? There's a creature 7 elephant. There's a creature 7 iridescent elephant. No? Actually, wait. Iridescent elephant. Scent. Glowing bones. Hmm. Wild domesticated animal that has undergone magical transformation to become a luminescent beast that can glow in the dark. Also strength and vitality. The act of creating an iridescent animal strongly frowned upon. The procedure cannot be reversed. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. Hmm. This is meant to be a boss encounter. Oh, quite tough boss encounter. EC 23. Hmm. I remember there being other forms of elephant. Wasn't there? Hang on. Let me check my Pathfinder. Let's see here. Elephant. Creature family elephant. There are a bunch of yeah, Anansis, mammoth, mastodon. I'm not gonna throw a mammoth at them, but an Anansis. What is an Anansis? There's a creature 8. Creature 8 versus a party level 4. That'll probably be a bit too difficult, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Just a standard elephant would be tough enough for the party, especially since the party is going to encounter not only the elephant. Mama elephant is gonna have a baby with her. Yes. Do female elephants have tusks? Elephants do have tusks, sorry. So I'm just going to look up an elephant. An elephant image I can use. Mm. What's a good elephant image? What does an angry elephant look like? Yeah, flared ears looking directly at you. Yeah, that's angry elephant. Okay, yeah, this is a good image. Okay, let me grab this image. Mm. Ta-da. 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 What was my previous elephant picture? Right. It's the same image. Still all the same names. Okay, so okay, grab this, put the image into token stamp. There we go. Okay, that's a good image of an elephant. Elephant. Replace, yes. Okay, now I need to change the image for this elephant to this image of elephant. There we go. The angry mama elephant. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, mama elephant is going to be there along with her baby. I don't know how to change the stats of the baby actually. For every level they go down, they recommend it's a -2 across the board. So we're going to try to reduce baby elephant stats to a creature level 5. We'll just do this very messily. Okay, initiative of how do I change this? Actually, wait, no. Baby elephant will have a lot less health. There we go. Where's the creature's initiative? There it is. Alright, +9. Strength is gonna be a fair bit lower. One is gonna be lower as well. Wisdom's gonna be lower. Saves are going to be a lot lower. 14, 7. We'll just reduces across the board, and then attacks. Attack modifier reduces across the board. 5, 2d plus 5. There we go. Details. Trunk is gonna be when I changed it to 10, I want it to be this is gonna be dangerous, but still weaker. Let me check versus the party's AC. What's Eva's AC? 21. Yeah, you know what? A plus 10 to hit, I think it's good. 21 on Cauldron. 19. Yeah, plus 10 will do. Plus 10. Plus 8. 1d10 plus 5. There we go. And trample will be... Nah, the baby isn't going to be able to trample because it's smaller. Medium-sized creature. There we go. Okay. I don't think I'm going to bother changing the image of the baby. This will do. Close enough, right? Yeah, close enough. See how much damage can Cauldron do in one attack? Roll damage or his attack. 2d10 plus 4. Yeah, he'll be able to do a ton of damage if he lands a hit. And technically, this Mama Elephant is going to have a special ability. Let me see here. What is Pain Frenzy? Nah, not Pain Frenzy. You tap into Inner Fury. Deal 2 additional damage. -1 penalty AC. Can I use actions? Nah, that's 2. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna just... Yeah, we're just going to... grant her Pain Frenzy. And duration is until encounter ends. Let me see if this activates it properly. Hang on. It does not improve. Will properly. Damn. What is the reference for will. Will save? Is it? Hang on, what is the internal reference for will save? Hang on. Style guide, quick start. Pathfinder. Okay, break this down. Let me see here. Shit. Shit, I fucked up. Damn it. Shit, I fucked up. Hang on. Shit, I fucked up. Hang on. Import this entry of Pain Frenzy. Okay. I fucked up. Import entry. Okay, let me see if this works. It does not properly change the effect. How do I tell? Hang on a second. If I remove this, does it stop it from working? It does. But if I add this back, it works. Okay, so I just need to figure out what the goddamn code is for AC and will. Hang on. What is the reference for fucking AC and will? Cross-linking. Attack effects. I need a fucking glossary. It's a valid selectors. There we go. Strike, attack, roll. Attack, roll. Damage, strike, damage. Roll, attack, damage. Will. Huh. It should work, but why isn't it working? It's a proper selector. What if I change it to a untyped bonus? AC will This should... It's not affecting it. Why isn't it? Why? Why isn't the selector working? Putting AC and will here should make it affect the AC and will of the target, but it's not. Why? Why is it not doing that? Damn it. What if I code the damn value myself? Hang on. Okay, now will it work? It's not working. God fucking damn it. Why? Why does it not goddamn work? Hang on. Okay, what does the rule look like on fucking Rage? Effect like key upgrade path Rage temp. Effect like key to before derived predicate nor familiar. Temporary hit points roll option. Rage temp HP value 1. How does it know to add 2 damage? It's upgrade path. Derive. Value plus active abilities con mod. No. Temp HP set. Options all domain value Rage. Why is it working for? Will DC perception innocent nature? Okay, I'm gonna need to ask for advice here. I'm trying. Helping her play it. DM call show me proof books. Screenshots watermark. Once. PF system. Talk about how great it is. Okay. I'm trying to modify the pain frenzy to add a bonus to will saves as well. I've been reading the valid selector list and I know that the name of the value I need to change is will. But even though I manually edited the JSON to say this, it's not changing the will save on the creature. Wait, hang on. Is it fucking? It's goddamn fucking case sensitive. Are you serious? You gotta be shitting me. Fucking case sensitive, really? Okay, we learned something new today. These things are goddamn case sensitive. Okay, we got it to work. Passive. Mama's rage. Reaction. If her baby goes down or is otherwise harmed, Mama is gonna get very angry. No, even angrier. There we go. I'm going to rename this effect to Mama's Rage. There we go. +2 attack damage. And will saves. There we go. Okay, elephant babies are still large, right? Yeah, they're kind of large, so we'll make elephant baby large, but on the small side of large. I'm not gonna mess with the trample attack because the babies just can't use it. Action. Panicked cries. This is gonna be a reaction. Maybe let's have a panicked cry. There we go. I think it's all good. Okay. Elephant encounter has been planned. Why is my music no longer playing? There we go. Hang on. You guys hear something? I thought I heard some... I'm hearing some noise, hang on. Okay, never mind. It's nothing. Bringing back the music. Okay. Okay. That's that. Now I need to create a new folder. How the fuck do I create a new folder again? There it is, button up here. Faye. Creatures. This folder's gonna specifically be only house Fae creatures, so let me see. No change, okay. Hi Insanity, welcome. Put a funny guy from Germany to the game. The problem with that is that I can't do a German accent. It'll sound awful. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to put a German guy. Hi Ralph, welcome. What's this GIF you saw me getting bread without my breathing so? What are you talking about? What GIF? No, that's not GIF of me getting bread. What are you talking about? Queen Pie Churches? You guys are seeing things. What GIF are you talking about? Did someone post something? On. Saw me in Mancy Discord. Oh, Mancy Discord. Was it posted on Mancy Discord? Let me see. Ah, I see. That's what you're referring to. Hehehehe. Yeah, so that's what you're referring to. It does. That's what you see things, right? That's not me. What are you talking about? You're seeing things. Right, I need to create some tribes people, so you're gonna be weekend of the party. That needs to be a thing. And I didn't record the whole thing. What? Why did the canvas recorded it? He was the cameraman. He was the one shooting the whole thing. Right. Yeah, and he was cameraman, director, and all that. So yeah, I just followed his instructions. Not that that was me or anything. Definitely not me. No. Kiki. Let me see here. I kind of wish that there was some generic enemies that we could just, grab for all levels, you know, generic humanoid enemies, but it's fine. I'll just go look at core, game mastery guide. Let's see here. I need to look up humanoid enemies. God, there's so many. Goblin War Chanter. There's so many goddamn enemies that this... Yes, I can't display them all properly. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to look at the Pathfinder DM manual, see if I can... You know what? I'll bring you guys with me, chat. I make sure that all of the stuff you're not meant to see is out of the way. Okay. There we go. Okay, so stay taking pictures now, although you haven't been doing a fun little shape. Actually, I did take some pictures for not November. The problem is I forgot to post them. I keep forgetting to post the pictures. I took them a long time ago. Just as not November was starting, but I kept forgetting to post. I'm like, oh, I'll post them later. Yeah, I'll post them later. Right, I did take pictures. I actually did. But yeah, I keep forgetting to post it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Monster Hunter. Foresters. Poacher. Ranged. Tracker. Hunter. Wow, Hunter is a level 7 creature. What? Are you serious? No cream pies? What? Why? But I love cream pie. Why won't you give me? I'm sorry. Okay. Tell you what, chat. Tell you what. After stream, I'll post something. Okay. I'll post something so that you guys can enjoy and have fun. Is that okay? Is that okay? After stream? Okay, I think poachers and trackers would be good. Okay, but the good creamy stuff. I don't know if it's good or creamy, but I do have some pictures for you. I'll post it after. I do both only one. You know what? The bunnies are meant to be far weaker than the party, so I'm just going to use poacher as the base stat block for this. Okay. Code entry. Put it in fake creatures. Size is gonna be small. Your melee weapon is gonna be changed from club to great axe. what's the Great Axe standard damage? Great Axe standard damage is 1d12 slashing. Alright, there we go. And pray. Is the music a bit too loud? I feel it's a bit too loud. Let me know if the music is a bit too loud, Chen. Or if it's too soft now. I just adjusted it down a little bit. Going to replace this with a hunter gains blah blah blah. Hunter Hunter uses hunt prey again. Okay, here we go. Okay, chat. I need to pee. I'll be right back. By the way, how's everyone in chat doing? You guys having a good weekend so far? Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, let me run to the washroom quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me get back into the BDSM chest harness. Okay. Now I need to find fuck! I accidentally poked myself in the eye. Shit. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Yep, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Now I need to look for another image. I need to look for a very specific image. No, not warrior bunny girls. The fuck is this? Adobe Firefly. Beta? What the fuck is that? What is wrong with that bunny's mouth? Hang on. Is this AI art? It's AI art, isn't it? That's why the mouth looks so fucked up. Oh yeah, it is definitely AI art. Let me see if I can find there's so many AI drawings now. Rabbit warrior. Oh, my eye hurts. That's so bad. It was actually a very specific artwork I saw a long time ago that would fit. I don't know if I can find it again. What am I looking at? The vintage news. Medieval Terminator rabbits were depicted as violently crayed beasts. What? Hang on, what am I reading? For those of us who can appreciate weird and funny drawings, drolleries can't fail to fascinate. These illustrations are also referred to as grotesques, were used to decorate the margins of illuminated, meaning texts were embellished or illustrated, particularly the initial letters manuscripts. Styles are practiced through Middle Ages, blah blah blah, mythical half-man, half-beast. We often do this complement the writing, something just for standalone amusement. A rabbit with an axe and flooded with Terminator rabbits were frequently depicted fighting and defeating human figures. Terminator rabbits? This looks really cute though. I might just grab this image instead. An heir with an axe. This silly Photoshop image. Hang on, let me look up Terminator rabbits. When I typed out Terminator rabbits, the main thing I got was that same image and literal Terminator rabbits. I am Terminator. Yeah, I'm just going to Um, this image will do. Okay, save this image as Rabbit Hunter. The JPEG go into token stamp and there we go. Oh, oh, this is adorable. Oh. Oh. Have I made any new outfits yet? Not new. I did remake my my old nun outfit for my trap avatar, which would technically have. I took a bunch of images, but I haven't posted them yet. But yeah, just some of the images I took. There was a very specific rabbit image that I wanted to use. Can I find it again? I really not find it anymore. Yeah, all I'm finding now. Yeah, either the Terminator rabbits or a bunch of people's OCs. So you know what? I'll just use this. Okay, download as. Okay. Although the images that I took of the my updated now of it didn't look good, so I'm not gonna post those regardless. But I need to go back and get more pictures of those, better pictures. But I do have images I can post, specifically of the my girl avatar. So you guys are gonna get those. Okay, Bunny Hunter. Now, I need to grab. Was there an advisor? Advisor, NPC gallery, Feature 5, yes. There was another NPC I need as well. What was the name of the NPC? Wait, can advisor work for that NPC? Hang on. Spells. Touch. Mind reading zone or truth. Advisor. Charm. We have an Oracle class, but I don't. Is there any NPC that could serve as an Oracle? Be under Mystic? Power Reader. Cultist. False Priest. I don't need a false priest though, I need someone who can actually read the future and stuff. Sage. Auditory, timely advice. Sage's analysis. Greatest knowledge. Village elders, ancient seers. Navigator. Devotee. Priest. This is too strong, I think. Explorer. Chronicler. Guide. Warden. Bounty Hunter. Monster Hunter. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to use a warden and a advisor. Astronomer, sage, navigator, pirate, bosun, merchant, villain, saboteur, anti-paladin, despot. Yeah, okay. We'll just repurpose the advisor. It is. What level are they gonna be? 4, I think. Yeah, okay. Let me grab the advisor. Import entry. Gonna be here, and you're going to have a village chief who's gonna be a warden. Wait, draw warden. And will spells. Interesting. Witchfire Warden, that's very strong. Warguard Warden, no. Pitrax Warden, no. Arboreal Warden, no. Radiant Warden, God, no. Aspis, no. Yeah, we'll take this warden and then just make it a weak warden. To level him down. Right. There's 2 of you. And then we need 1 more. Guide, right? A guide. NPC guide. And she's gonna be a weak guide. Okay. I think. Maybe, hang on. Let me check the Pathfinder. Foresters. Or I could just make her a tracker. Range, hunt prey as poacher, hunter. Is a white deadly monstrous, gruesome. Yeah, a guide. A guide. Serves my purposes better. And the creature. Okay, so she's going to be guy level 3, advisor level 5, warden level 5. Okay. Auntie, if I'm in a view, would I have sex with them? If you mean in VR, I have done that before. In VR? Actually, no, not Great Axe. No, I'm not gonna use Great Axe for these guys. I'm just gonna use Standard Axe. It's the guys who will have Great Axes. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. I need another guide. Maybe high level, okay. Okay, now I need to look for some images. Some very specific images. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Some very specific images to represent some of these bunnies. Anybody recognize what I'm looking at? Let's see here. Yes, don't mind the blood and black tendril gifs. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not planning anything horrifying. Yeah, it is perfect. Okay, this will be the image of the bunny, rabbit, oracle. There we go. Okay. Now I need images of Hazel. Hazel, Hazel. Where are you, Hazel? He looks too much like. Stain is warm with help from several deconstructing ideas, ways of wound ward. Mine is also. You guys ever see this, by the way? Watership down. I don't know images of Hazel. There's a lot of fiber. Doesn't seem to be much of Hazel. Hi Mitchell, welcome back. I'm looking for images right now. I can use to represent my tribal bunnies, but it's hard for me to find an image of Hazel. Let me see. Watership down. Hazel. Look for battle bunnies. Battle bunnies. I'm seeing no rabbits. I'm seeing some really sus bunny girls. That's fine. I specifically want Hazel for this, so going to look for Hazel. The only problem is that I'm not sure if Hazel and Fiverr are adequately differentiated. Okay, yeah, that could work for Hazel. Let me grab this image. Oh, wait, there's more images here. Yeah, this works best. Okay, let me. Red wall battle bunnies. That's lots. Okay, stand by. I'll look it up in a minute. Okay, red wall battle bunnies, you see. I see what you're talking about. This is not the idea I'm going for though. Unfortunately. I'm looking more for tribal bunnies rather than bunnies in medieval / Renaissance gear. But it's fine. It's fine. This works. Bunny with a shield and an axe. Photoshop on the rabbit that'll work for generic bunny. Rabbituzas. Hey bro. Rabbituza bunny bro. Rabbituza. Yeah, any message for my search? Shangri-La Frontier Rabbituza. Nah, yeah, different. Not something not the style I'm looking for my bunny. Have I watched the anime Shangri-La? I don't think I've heard of it. Shangri-La. Shangri-La. What's it about? Anime adapted from light novel. Science fiction light novel. International committee decided to forcefully reduce CO2. Economic market was absorbed. Trade of carbon. Great earthquake destroys much of Japan. Tokyo is tied to the world's longest jungle palace. Interesting. Loved an anime, great manga as well. Which studio animated it? Madman? No. Gonzo? I'm a bit worried. Gonzo tends to do weird shit with their animations. You're looking Japanese, also I picture Japanese as savage. Are they tribal style bunnies wielding savage weapons? Shangri-La rabbits. Shangri-La Frontier rabbit. This really manly looking rabbit here. Boss of Rabbituza. Rabbituza. Decisions. I could have him be the tribe the tribe leader. Rather than Hazel. Not sure about the clothes, but I'll mostly be focusing on his face. Let me try this. Let's try to put this together. Shall we see which one looks better? Okay. Looking at this, There are very large rabbits, aren't there? Hang on, there's a type of rabbit that's giant. Giant rabbit. Flemish giant. Yes, Flemish giant. They're as large as dogs. The only problem with this image I'm trying to use is Gonzo animation. Gonzo doesn't animate stuff very well. Absolute union of it, yeah. Okay, let me bring this. Okay, so yeah. Okay, fine. This will be the rabbit leader. Meanwhile, I'll repurpose Hazel for something else. Hazel will be Hazel is going to be repurposed to yeah. That. Alright. And then I need Fiverr. Don't worry, chat. The fact that I'm using a lot of rabbit images from Watership Down is definitely not indication of a nightmare realm I'm intending to send you guys into. Michelozo. Don't worry. These are just ordinary rabbits. Totally normal, friendly rabbits. Let me see here. this is going to be Hazel. And we need another. We need another rabbit image for this. We need one more rabbit image. I know exactly who to. Oh, come on, why can't I? No, oh, we misspelled it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is gonna be one of the rabbits, John. And let me go back into token. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now bring this out. Okay. Is it a little too on the nose if I name these guys? Like so. Am I being a bit too on the nose, chat? Or what? His name is just Boss. Yeah. Green by judges. Okay, now that that's done, so you guys say that Shangri-La is really good, huh? Shangri-La Frontier. What's the difference between Shangri-La and Shangri-La Frontier? Wait, Shangri-La and Shangri-La Frontier are two completely different anime. Oh, you guys were talking about Shangri-La Frontier, weren't you? Because this is the one with the Rabbituza. It's a completely different show. VR games? Retro games becoming mean. Trash games. So this is completely different. It's not a post-apocalyptic world. Instead, this is a VR main character dive into semi-isekai, like not really isekai because he's going into a VR game, but he's it's sort of like dog hack style, but not really. This sounds less interesting than the other Shangri-La. I was reading. Unfortunately, the other Shangri-La is the wrong one. Oh. Okay, so that is the rabbit. All of the rabbit village done. Now, okay, let me think. Let me bring up my notes. Bring up my notes. Let me see. We have tribal bunnies done. We have elephants. We have the tall goose. I need the tooth fairies, right? Right, tooth fairies. Wait, are these really creatures -1? Wait, I thought I'd looked this up before. And they were definitely... It's the tooth fairy swarm that was... Right. Fingers, nose, ears, similar protruding parts. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's the tooth fairy swarm that I needed to endanger the party. We'll probably do both actually, individual tooth fairy units and the tooth fairy swarm. I will buff up the standard tooth fairy. With higher to hit attack in order to make them actually dangerous to the party. Yeah. Import both? Make these elites. Actually, right now I'm not gonna make them elites. Instead, what I'm gonna do is, no, we make them elite. Yeah, elite. Little champ blockers to keep my players busy. Need to change this. Need to be attack modifier of 10 minimum in order to be a danger to the party. Otherwise you're never going to land a hit. Same with you. Attack modifier of 10. Perfect. Alright. Go here. Go here. Oh, everything else I don't need to change it. I need some images for these guys. I need. Are there images of two fairy muggers? Mugging a mugger. Muggers. I don't know if I want to use pictures of these guys for the Tooth Fairy. Muggers. Grandma Mugger versus Mugger. Goose. Okay, hang on. I have an idea. What's the name of that fairy from Zelda? The fairy that everyone hates. Hey, listen. Navi, right? Navi. Hey, listen. Alright, now let us bring son. I need to also grab I need to borrow one of the thumbnails. Mugging a wagon, muggers, mugging a mugger. Muggers, why does this fucking exist? Yeah, perfect. This'll do. Hang on, I'm wondering about this. What is? Hang on. Is this literally 10 hours of mugging?
Hey, give us all your gold. We'll mug you.
Whatever. Here we go.
Charles, Bernard, we just mugged Hey, give me all that gold, or I'll mug you.
I don't want to be mugged.
Oh, well, you better cough up then.
No.
Give me all your gold, or I'll bloody mug you. Yes, gold!
Hey, give me all your gold or I'll mug you.
Well, I don't want to be mugged.
Well, you better cough up then.
No.
Give me all your gold or I'll mug you.
Yeah. Hey, give me all your gold, or I'll mug you.
But I don't want to be mugged.
Oh, well, you better cough up then.
You really do this for 10 hours?
Yes!
Hey, give me all your gold or I'll mug you. Well, you better cough up then.
No.
Give me all your gold or I'll mug you.
Yeah. Hey, give me all your gold, or I'll mug you.
But I don't want to be mugged.
Oh, well, you better cough up then.
No.
Give me all your gold, or I'll bloody mug you. Yes!
God. How long did it take for them to render all this? Oh my god. Get back to what we're doing. Done, and then now I need to borrow your face. There we go. Oh god. That's more lightning. Fuck. You guys heard that, didn't you? Always have ChatGPT draw some topics of monsters. I don't know how to use the all of the AI stuff yet. I have a friend who does know how to use the AI stuff, but I need to ask him about it. Hang on, let me mess with something. I need to name these guys bunnies because it'll make things easier. This thing organizes stuff based on alphabetical order, so it'll be easier if I rename all of these to Bunny so that they'll be stored alphabetically for me. It's fairly easy. Might try it if I feel like I really can't find what I'm looking for. So far I'm doing okay. I do need my friend to generate an image for me. I need to talk to him about it, but he's not available right now, I believe. Probably certainly is busy. I'll DM him and see if he can do something for me later. The question is, do I make these guys elite? Hang on a second, let me check the encounter calculator. Encounter builder. Okay, now if my party size of 5 with a level of 4, what is the difficulty of So this is level 4. If I weaken them, 4 becomes moderate. -1, and then introduce a bunch of level 0 stuff. 7 enemies. Sorry. I don't know why I've been coughing a lot recently. If I... He's very some at level 3. That means I need to put more of them. Okay, we'll keep them at level 3. But it's gonna be more of them. Your profile backdrop is ChatGPT generated. Really? Are you gonna make a campaign more for farming, campaign for XP, or quest related? I'm doing milestones. Or level ups. Thanks for chat, cheers. Rather than keeping track of XP gain and all that stuff by quests and whatnot, by levels and all that, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna do milestones. For anyone who doesn't know, milestones is when you basically just keep you base levels on story and kind of like quest progression, but more like story progression. Yeah, like you cleared a pretty large amount of you've journeyed quite far, you've defeated a fairly difficult enemy, so yeah, level up kind of like that. So yeah, gonna do milestones. The one part I'm wondering is, okay, my season 2 is gonna be broken into 2 halves. The party is gonna be first journeying into a small demi-plane of Feywild. Basically a bubble of Feywild where they're going to try to disrupt and or destroy the bubble from the inside. And then once they're done with that quest, the second half of season 2, they're going to be journeying to a village, an abandoned village in the material plane. But they'll hopefully undo a curse. What I'm unsure about is whether to give the party a level up after the completion of the first quest. After they're done journeying to the Feywilds. I'm not entirely sure yet. Partially because I don't know how long it's gonna take them, and partially also because I don't know how tough the battles are gonna be. You know how much of a struggle the party is going to endure. The way I'm figuring it is that the harder it turns out to be for the party to clear it, the more likely I'm gonna give them a level up for clearing it. But the question is, how soon should I give them that level up? So let me check something. Trying to see the notes for Entangle Hannies, India's Boars, Poor House Shark driven back from the Ravenous House Shark. And those place the characters on the scroll? You mean those guys are there? Nah. Well, technically they're players, but they're player characters from Ganon's campaign. I need to replace the images in the scroll with the images from my campaign, which I need to request images from the party. The party are all the circle tokens are the party members. Square tokens are NPCs. That's how I've organized them, so that it's easy for you guys to, in the audience and the players, to tell at a glance what's an NPC, what's a player. We have Cordrum, a dwarf, barbarian, although he's mentioned that he might want to respec a little bit between seasons, which I will allow for free. We have Lady Dianti Duvar, a wizard goblin, a goblin wizard. We have Dahlia, a magus sprite, specifically a nature magus, nature casting magus sprite. We have Eva, what was the class that Eva's using? I forgot. Gunslinger class, right? A gunslinger Leshy. And then Ivan, a stuffed puppet Stando Sky. And this is Rajam. He's Stand. My player keeps trying to be like, yeah, we're not actually Stand users. I'm a summoner. It's not actually Stand user, but I keep going, Stando. Yeah, when the DM is the bigger weep than the player. These are just major NPCs that the party have interacted with. You're going to be interacting with this as a major NPC in Season 2. At least by Act 2 or 3. Act 2 or 3. You know what? Now that I think about it, Act 1 is going to be the journey into the Feywild bubble. Act 2 can be short. Act 2 can be short. Act 2 can just be the trip to the village. Yeah. Act 2 can be the trip to the village, and it's going to be a shorter act. And then Act 3 party will investigate village and then I'll give them a level up during the investigation. Yeah. Just to prime them up for the final fight, because the final fight is going to be very difficult in Act 3, for specifically the Cursed Village. Yeah, that's an idea. That is an idea. I'm gonna add these to the notes. Thank you for helping me brainstorm, chat. Ending Curse of Fuji Village. This is encounters, final battle. Consider granting level up before final battle. Okay. I'm gonna add this as a note for myself. Also, cool. Imagine wake up to news that storm saw Ukraine reach 140 kilometers per hour, partially the strong winds reach my region. Oh god, girl, I hope you're okay. Make sure you're safe, okay? Be safe, girl. I knew you could join. Like, yeah, I appreciate you guys for helping me. This is gonna be streamed, so you guys can sit and chill and relax and stream while you watch the party try to go through the hell I'm building for them. As for joining, I'm leaving the player party as 5. I mean, this is technically still the first time ever I've DM'd anything. I mean, yeah, technically this is season 2, but this campaign that I'm trying to make, starting with season 1, it was the first time ever, so yeah. And I feel like 5 players is a good size for me. 5 players is large enough. I mean, I explained this when I was talking about party size for Bladder Skate 3, but I find that party size of 5 is just right so that the party can have some freedom in how they want to build themselves, while at the same time ensuring that no matter what, everything that the party could possibly need is covered, you know? While still, I mean, every role and stuff, every check, all that can be covered, even while still giving the party freedom to build characters that they would like. Because when you have a party size of 4, you must have 1 tank, 1 supporter, 1 either rogue or crafter or builder or some kind of range combatant, and then 1 spellcaster, usually a wizard. And then that's it. That's all you can do. Well, if you have a party of 5, you can have Disguise, the frontline tank, backline wizard, backline artillery, another caster, unique caster Magus, and then slight supportive, a partial supportive, partial damage dealing character in the form of the summoner as well. And also our dwarven barbarian is also the medic. 5 is more than enough. Anyone can DM over 5 is a BAMF. I used to play in a D&D group long time ago. But I mean, I leave it up to the DM to decide how large of a party it wants, but I had a DM who once tried to DM a party size of 7. And I don't know how he did it, but he was able to keep things somewhat organized. It also helped that we were IRL, playing IRL D&D. So it was easier for the DM to get our attention pretty much when he needed it. And the party was very, very chaotic. One of the most memorable campaigns we played was a drow campaign. Specifically, he requested that all or most of the players would be drow, and we were like, okay, well, all drow. I think only one person was not a drow, but she had a reason for not being a drow. And it was mafia themed. Drow or the Underdark mafia theme. the campaign opened up with all of our drow, all of our drow characters belonging to the same family, enjoying a lunch at our pizzeria in our territory. and then suddenly the door to the pizzeria burst open, and two unknown drow clad in trench coats wearing bowler hats strut in, and they simply say, "Matron Katita says hello," and they reveal some drum-fed repeater crossbows, and they start ventilating the everyone in the pizzeria. It was so much fun. Hi Cass, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome. How's your stream, Cass? Thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? You guys have fun with Cass? Playing more Path of Exile and stuff? I was just telling chat about an old D&D campaign, IRL D&D campaign I played in a while ago. Mafia themed drow campaign in the Underdark. So full like matron and drow society stuff, but instead of like normal drow society, it's all mafia themed, and the matron is our mafia boss, pretty much. Uh, 7 days into Path of Exile. Okay. Anything interesting happened in 7 days or in PI? Tested some league starters for next league. Might have to do what you want to do a bit later level, but it does work. Oh, okay. If DM a campaign, a party of 60 was a challenge, but I managed to keep it lively and yet all the control was fun. Yeah, I feel like yes, parties of 6 and 7 can work, but I don't think you can do it online. It has to be IRL. That's the only way you can keep control of a party size of 6 or 7. Online? 5 is comfy for online. I was just giving chat a quick roundup of who's who in the party. Are you gonna go to bed soon, by the way, Cass? I'm messing with Foundry right now, so technically if you want to, we could mess with your character, but I would need to I need you to mention. If you want to hop in and mess with your character, because I know you mentioned that you wanted to respec your character a little bit. Need food and clean wound. Clean wound? What do you mean clean wound? You hurt yourself, Cass? Did something happen? Oh, okay, right, the piercing. Right, I forgot. You got piercing. Okay, go get food. We'll still be here, so you don't have to worry. Actually, hang on, I need to mess with something real quick. I think that'll do. Okay. Okay. Okay, and now get back to what I was doing. Let me see here. Mommy nature notes. Right, I need to create some creature variants. Right. Let me see here. Where did I keep the... It's not the animals. Where? Hang on, is the music a little bit too loud? I feel like it's a little bit too loud. There we go. Yes, well, anything of the capital isn't a good one. We should take care of it, okay? Yes. Apply antibiotics and all that. Would it be Service Black? There we are. Service Black as the house shark. Okay, I'm going to create a copy of the house shark. I'm going to house shark. There we go. Done. Now, what else? I need to create a unique construct. I need to find the weakest golem I can. I can use flesh golem, clay golem. You're all like challenge level fucking. God, is this seriously the weakest golem there is? Glass golem. Carrion golem. Carrion golem. Ooh, ice golem. What were the levels of the Honey Kingdom? We have Business Honey, we have... Let me think. Foul smelling slimes, swan, amalgamums. That's what you're gonna do? Okay, Cass. Need to go play with PLP. and do some research. POB? What's POB? It's not Path of Exile. I'm looking at my keyboard. POV? What is? You know what? I'll ask Cass later. Whether it's a typo or change tentative. Path of building is a program to plan out. Oh, okay. Gotta be messing with your bills. I think it's better if I were to look up a list of available constructs. Trait constructs. God fucking damn it, I wish this was stored. Fucking. This was stored in level. Based on level. Actually, hang on. Can I search for traits construct? Yeah, I can. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Feature type construct. I hope this is fucking updated. It might not be fully updated, but it's fine. I'll fucking use these. Ramble champion. Scarecrow. Aberration. Clockwork. Dalem. Against a party level of 4. Having a single... Having a single large one accompanied by smaller. Some minions would be good. Okay. We're gonna use some of these. I'm just going to grab one of the level 4 constructs and then I will mess with them. We use the Carrion Golem as a base. It's going to be here. Actually, wait, no, we'll place it in. We'll create a... No, wait, no, don't duplicate just yet. We're going to mess with this real quick. They are not mindless. In fact, they are living. Apply Filth Fever. Actually, wait, it might be too difficult for me to change this. Can I use one of the clockworks instead? The clockwork might actually be Clockwork Fabricator. Oh god. What's the other one? Clockwork Door Warden. Door Warden? Repeating halves. Restore, slam door, push, constrict, pull, grab. Modular arms. Also, this isn't going to matter. Wind up. Yeah, this isn't gonna matter. Constrict, pull, grab. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll try to modify the Clockwork Fabricator. See which one would be easier for me to work with. Import. Okay, Tangled Hammy. To plan a bit for welcome in a year. Yeah, Path of Exile has the gigantic fucking skill tree where you have to plan everything, otherwise nothing works. Okay. So damage entry and once as a creature grabbed. Pull. Okay, so this it's not gonna be crushing vice. It's gonna be towing anchor. Arm. Unarmed grab. Alright, It's just gonna be fist. There's gonna be bludgeoning. We're going to reduce the damage to 2d6 and give it the agile trait. Elite arm. Nail gun. Mini scream. Going to be changing this to Sonic. Okay, I think we'll change this to 1d6. There we go. Delete sledgehammer, you don't need that. Oh. And tangled panties. Successful. Long vine lash. The entangled Annie. Attempts to blah 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 blah. Okay. Entangled. This movement is 4th movement? Okay. The annoying thing about reusing these monsters is the fact that I need to come here and change all of this. Okay. Buzzsaw blade. Do I want to keep the buzzsaw blade and give it something? What can sweep attacks do, actually? Let me look up sweep. What does sweep do? Sweep. Wide spinning out, making it easier. You take a turn plus 170 attack roll if you already attempted attack a different target this turn with this weapon. It's just increased accuracy. Nah, we're not gonna do that. Yeah, it's fist bump. No, we're not gonna use this. think, you know what? Yeah, I think this will be good. Basis for Hannies that have been corrupted by the favor. Okay, I need to go and pee, chat. Yeah, back. I've been drinking lots of coffee. How do I feel like I'm about to fall asleep again? I just woke up from a fucking 6-hour nap. Okay, I'm back. Okay, chat. Chat, you mentioned ChatGPT, right? It can be used to create some creature images. Let me see what my other notes say. Clear deer boars. Wow, sharks. Let me see, boar type creatures. Encounter. Beast. I need images of creatures that have been overtaken by vines. Why is there no pig or boar here? Are beasts like all unique? Animals. They're listed as animals. Okay. Why are animals and beasts different? That's so annoying. Alright, like for example, I need images of boar that are being overtaken by vines. Things like that. Corrosive lizard, gorilla, grizzly bear, giant roach. Do they have boars or pigs? Creature family boar. Boar creature for Deodon. Genuinely unfriendly. Legitimately hateful and ruthlessly violent. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna use a Diodon. I'm just gonna use boar. Yeah. Blood boar. Juvenile boar. Kayajima boar. The fuck is this? There's no description at all. Is it just a boar? A unique type of boar? Phantom boar? How's boar, BB and boar? Bestiary one different? Are they the same? They are exactly the same. How does boar content compare to Kayajima boar? It's basically exactly the same. The Kayajima boar is just a boar that's elitified. Yeah, literally. It's just the elite tag applied to a standard boar and then exported as a unique creature. You know what? Fine, fine. We'll use the Kayajima boar as the basis for this. It's gonna be entangled boar. I really wish the token name would reference the name of the sheet automatically. But it doesn't. I have to change the fucking name here in the sheet and then change the name in the token name as well. That's so annoying. Oh. Okay, Entangle Hanny has been elitified. We'll get an Entangle Hanny Carrion, we don't need that. Wait, hang on. What did I just delete? Didn't I delete it? Oh, I accidentally duplicated it. Whoops! Phew! For a moment there I thought I deleted something wrong. Okay, let me... There's no deer creature, is there? Creature family, deep gnomes, creature family. What's the name of this? I remember I had looked up creature to raising deer hazard one. No, animal form deer, no. Moose? Was it moose? Yeah, moose. Right. Creature moose. Do they have a creature type? Besides animal? No. Okay, we'll just use moose as entangled deer. Okay, now I need to look up some images to use for these guys. Alisoft. Give me some handies. there's a very specific honey I'm looking for. Um. Golden honey. Double honey. Double honey. uh. Oh, Oh my god, that butterfly is so tiny. I need something bigger. Is that... There's a horse honey? Triple honey? Damn it, why is the sprite so small? Would ChatGPT would understand double honey with vines? I'll save this. Honey. Entangle. Okay. Now I need to... grab this image. Can I shortcut this process by not adding anything to it? Just fucking using this image instead. No. No, I need to cover it up the flag. So let's try to see if we can... cover up the flag with some vines. download this Vine. Okay. Okay. Fucking God. Wait, this PNG sucks ass. What? Seriously? Why there's so much white parts in it? God. Seriously? God damn it. You fucking suck. Give me a different Vine image. Okay, how about this one? Okay, this is better. Much better. Much better. Okay. Let's delete that light. We don't need that anymore. Let's mess with this. Actually, wait, no, flipping vertically is what I need. There we go. And then we're gonna scale this. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. This works. This fucking works. This is very slapdash, but I don't care. There we go. Good image for what is essentially a clay golem that's been fused together by the power of the first world. There we go. Looks fucking so fucking weird, but it's good enough. Fucking good enough. Good enough, chat. Actually need to change some stuff. Need to change the name of the god fucking damn token because it doesn't properly reference the name of the sheet. That's fine, that's fine. Hang on a second. Let me look this up. There has to be an easier way to do this. Is there any way I can get the token name to automatically reference the name of the NPC sheet? PC on the sheet? I'm modifying generic NPCs to create my own, and it's annoying how I need to change the name of the NPC in 2 different fields instead of the name in the sheet and the name in the token name. Every time. Technically, this is stuff I can do. Just by doing this, but it's annoying needing to go with to every creature one by goddamn one to change the name. After changing the name, you know? Okay. So now I need to make sure that the names are changed here as well. I need more coffee. Green pie chat, yes. Mm. Mm. Okay. Now, I need to chat. Want to teach me how to generate images in ChatGPT? How do I do? How do I? Okay, hang on. Let me sign up for ChatGPT and see if I can get it to do what I needed to do. Okay. I need to verify my email. Wait, hang on. Why is it asking me for my first and last name? I'll bring the window back in a little bit. We ran into an issue signing in. What the fuck? What do you mean you ran into an issue signing me in? Hello? Our systems. Are you fucking serious? Really? Really? I tried to use ChatGPT for the first time and I get fucking request timeout. Seriously? Hang on, is ChatGPT down right now? API operational. People are saying no problems. What? Is it because of the browser I'm using? I doubt it. Oh, now it works. draw a deer entangled with vines. Imagine and describe a scene. Eh? I can't draw. Chat. How do I get fucking ChatGPT to draw? Why do people tell me you can draw? So yeah, drawing phase. Using a create visual content because I said generating detailed descriptions. What? Hey, how do you guys get ChatGPT to draw? It's telling me that it can't draw. Uh. Mm. 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 Yeah, I can't get it to do what I wanted to do. Oh well. Fine. I'll just search for images myself. Oops. Da. Mm. 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 Nutsack house? What about Nutsack house? You guys need tools to manage and manscape and stuff. Unfortunately, I do not have a manscape sponsorship. I'm tiny as fuck, so oh well. Mm. Right now I'm looking up images of the annihilation deer. I just want to know what I'm looking at. You can bring back display capture now. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, this deer will be useful for turning into entangled deer. Da, 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 da. I need to grab the image, put it in GIMP, and I need to brighten this. This will make the image look hideous, but I don't need it to look good. I just need it to be brighter. So, it's the exposure. Increase black level to introduce contrast. Increase saturation. There we go. Okay. Alright, now I need to come over here and bring this back. There we go. And alright. Alright, entangled deer. Okay, now I need... I'm gonna need someone to teach me how to use AI, GPT and all that to draw something. Hang on. Chat GPT draw? You need to You need to upgrade to ChatGPT Plus. That's why. Damn it. Knowing how I'm going to pay for that. I do have a friend who does have AI drawing stuff, so I'll ask him to generate something for me. Okay, now. Worst come to worst, I can just grab a image of a boar and Photoshop some vines on it. Wow. Boar. Just random boar. Boar images. You know, they look kind of cute. Even though these things are ferocious animals who will murder you if you're not careful. I could always just use the image of a boar and be done with it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna grab an image of a boar and use it for a boar. I don't know why I'm spending so much time worrying about a random encounter animal. Alright, Sporter's boar. Alright. Now go into token. Grab this cute picture of this boar. This looks actually looks really cute. And yeah. Boar. One. Okay. Now I'm just going to describe it as being entangled. You know, technically it's just boar. There you go. Okay. Now, I theoretically have full encounters for the Feywild section. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm burping. Okay, how long have we been going for? 3 hours and 50 minutes. Ah. Hmm. Okay, I think. I think with that, I should start putting together the maps, shouldn't I? Wait, there's something. There's an image I need. Hang on. There's an image I need. I just thought of something. There's one more image I need. I need to look for. Okay, there's some. Authorship down characters. Hazel, Bigwig. Hazentley. Captain Holly. F for friend. Hazentley image. Wait, hang on. Fucking. Thank you. Fucking YouTube. John of a HD version. Okay, I think this will be a good image for Hazentley. Rabbit. Hazentley. Now I need to toss this into GIMP because it's too dark. We need to increase the exposure and use the contrast a little bit. Okay. And increase saturation. Actually, wait, no, we just need to Um, yeah, let me reduce the highlights a little bit. Because the background's a little bit too strong right now. Okay, now I need to shift the color temperature a little bit blue because she says more bluish coat. There we go. Okay. Now export this as instantly. Okay, now I need to okay, oops. I need to change the name. Actually, before I commit to this, is there really no other image of Hazel? Because Hazel is a major character. Does he not have a gallery? Wait, he does. Fuck! I didn't notice that he has a gallery. Yeah. You know this cartoon gave me nightmares as a kid. Yeah, this is a better image of Hazel. Much better. Nice and healthy and not feeling like that. Well, technically I am feeling a little like that. Hello, Glove. Welcome, Panzer. Panzer, I need your AI stuff. If you're... Although, I assume right now you're feeling very dash. But you don't have to do it right now. But eventually, I need your help. I need your help, Panzer. Alright. Hazel. Here we go. Okay. Feeling like you're gonna die or feel like the deity that removes herself from disease brings. For Panzer, he's feeling like he's gonna die probably because we were supposed to have a D&D game. Yesterday, but he's apparently sick. Oh no! You all when breathing does not feel like a crime. Okay. Rest well, Panzer, okay? Make sure you drink plenty of water. Do whatever you need to do to get better, and then I'll ask you, or more like you can help me whenever you're feeling much better, okay? Take all the time you need. That's Hazel. Right, I need to create a duplicate of this. And these are gonna be weak bunnies. And gonna be bunny dolls. And let me change the image to, here we are. Sexy, I can't say soon. And oh no, Panzer. That's okay. Drink a drink. Okay. Technically, this doesn't really help, but if you need food, simple foods like instant noodle, chicken flavored. Those are good to eat. Alternatively, if that's a little bit too carb heavy, you could just eat like eggs, half-boiled eggs. That's also good. Very simple, easy food with lots of nutrients in them. Alternatively, if you need to replenish electrolytes, Gatorade. Helps as well if you don't want just water. Gatorade, 100 plus, all that stuff, you know. Having a good 3 AM lawyer, that's gonna kill me. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with being up late? Do you have work tomorrow or something? Or classes? Alright. Need to change this name. Okay. Bread and ham tastes like water and cardboard. Oh yeah. Did you? Is that a call or did you get you get corona? I mean, it could just be a common cold, but you know, might also be corona. I hope you feel better soon, Panzer. It has a firm believer in sleep. Well, you have to get up at a certain time tomorrow. If you don't, then you can just get sleep in, you know. As long as you get enough sleep, then that's good enough. Okay, let me think. I created stat line for boars, deers, a handy mini boss, ravenous house sharks. Where's stat line for those as well? Created a stat line for the elephant boar. Okay, that's good. That's all really good. Small. Technically, these are all small creatures except for the bunny leader, which is medium. Gonna be kind of hard to represent them around. Okay, now technically they are tiny characters, but yeah, I'm making them small just so that they're easier to manage. Oops. Or should I make the bunny tribe leader large? Nah, I'm gonna say it's the same size as Corjum. making stat blocks for wild animals. Kinda wildish, but okay, to reiterate what season 2 is gonna be about. The first half of season 2, act 1 essentially of season 2, the party is going to enter a demi-plane bubble of Feywild. You're given a quest by the Empire to journey in there, figure out what's creating the bubble, and shut it down, pretty much, by any means necessary. That's the general idea of what the quest is gonna be. While journeying through the bubble, you're gonna encounter some very strange creatures, and yeah. So the stat blocks are going to be kind of like wild animals, but they're going to be twisted by fey magic. A demi-plane that's basically overflowing with positive energy. And I was just creating some stats blocks for animals that they will encounter there, and a tribe. a tribe that's living inside the demi-plane. What they do with the tribe, you guys were able to see guess what the tribe is, but what the players do with the tribe, it's really up to the players. See if they're able to resolve things peacefully, or if they just start blasting. Well, animals with steroids and rabies, kinda, a little bit. Some of them will be steroids and rabies, not all of them. Not all of them. While journeying, they're also going to encounter some genuine fey creatures as well. Although, currently, right now, the only fey creatures I have statted out are tooth fairies. Yes, that is a picture of Navi that I'm using to represent a tooth fairy. But that is essentially Act 1. Act 2, after assuming that they complete this quest without, dying. No, I'm sure they're not going to die. Level 4 party versus creatures that are level 3, level 5 mini bosses, level 7 bosses. I'm sure they'll be fine. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, that's Act 1. Act 2, the party is going to be given another quest by the Empire. To travel to a village to deal with a curse. And Act 2 is going to be a shorter act where the party is just traveling to the curse village, and then Act 3 will be the curse village itself. You gotta go? Alright, bye bye. Thanks for stopping by, Glug Glug. How far ahead should I stat block? You know what? I should. I should at least stat up the other adventure encounter that they're going to meet, probably in Act 2, maybe in Act 3. Let's see. Even if they only meet them in Act 3, it's gonna be like the initial sections of Act 3, but let's see here. Okay, I need to create a bounty on this one. Never mind. Oh. you sticking around in the end, Lover? Also, hello, Mr. Otaku. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome to Chill Pathfinder DM night. I'm creating stat blocks for my players to encounter and presumably not die horribly too. Level 4 Bounty Hunter. Hmm. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Tucker. Hope everyone is doing okay as well. Everyone in chat. You guys have a good weekend? Did you guys get good sleep? I hope you got better sleep than I did. Because my sleep was awful. There is a very specific villain I'm going to use. Well, technically not villains necessarily. Depends on how the party deals with them. Ultraman wiki I need. Specifically Ace Killer. Do they not have the animated Ultraman version of Ace Killer? I could use the Mebius version of Ace Killer. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use the Mebius version of Ace Killer. There's a really good pose too. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. It's gonna be Bounty Hunter Ace Killer. Let's import this. And I need to rename these guys. This is going to make things easier for me in the long run by separating the other adventure parties by names. Alright, so now that that's done, I need to grab Bounty Hunter. It's gonna be the Bounty Hunter party. Whoops, I accidentally got two of them, so let's delete one. His name is going to be Ace Killer. I'm wishing which the cosmic goblins. An official race? don't they already have them as a optional player race for monstrous players? I'd be surprised if they don't have them as an exotic race. Let me double check. Also, hang on, I just realized something. I need to change my lurker window. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, goblins are available as a monstrous player race. What's their stat blocks? Like, Mordekaiden presents Monsters of the Multiverse, Volo's Guide to Monsters, Adventures of Muck. Yeah, plenty of options. Plane Chief Ixalan, Plane Chief Zendikar. You have plenty of options for creating a player character goblin. The fucking Mordekainen's presents stats are very, very weird, so Volo's Guide to Monsters might be better, a more balanced starting point. Still, at least them as a unique race. Yeah. Right. Now let me get back to rating these tokens. It's gonna be a forge. Okay, an automaton. Can I lie to you? Something happened? Hope everything's okay. Okay, now I need some more stat blocks because he's not going to be alone. He's going to be working with some people. Okay, no, he needs a spellcaster. Let me see, a spellcaster that can be level 4. A zealot? No. I need to be a nature spellcaster. Excuse me. Chronicler. There we go. Why can the Chronicler cast spells but the fucking... But the fucking guy can't, really? One side that's just pure martial. Cultist, false priest, no. Necromancer, no. What level spells can... Yeah, something you thought goblins were an unofficial race. I mean, to be fair, they keep releasing new books, so it's understandable if he wasn't aware that there was a book that released goblins as a optional monstrous race for our players. Occult spells. Beast Tamer, right. Beast Tamer. Primal. Wolf form, Animal Messenger. Wait, no, that... Beast Tamer can cast up to level 2 spells. What about the Chronicler? Level 2 Entangle. Okay, you know what? We'll just use a Chronicler and we'll increase his level by turning him elite. Chronicler. I don't understand how a Chronicler is a... has a primal spells as opposed to occult, but excuse me. Where is my... Why is my... God, coughing so much? Okay. Okay, let me see if I can find Ace Killer, the animated version. Chopping out Mike Wazowski's legs would decapitate him. Who's Mike Wazowski? Not familiar with that name off the top of my head. Is there a different version of entry for Ace Killer? Oh, Ultraman? Yeah, there is. Is there a gallery for him? Unfortunately, the colors are quite washed out, so I probably won't use this version of Ace Killer. It's hard for me to... Yeah, it's hard to parse what's going on. That's a really good piece of artwork, but I need a different pose. Okay, in anime, he's working with another alien, Nepenthes. Any good gallery of him? Hard for me to make use of that. Okay, let me look for Nepenthes from normal Ultraman. And then Nepenthes may... Wait, this... Does Nepenthes not exist in any other Ultraman? I'm surprised. It doesn't have an origin. You gotta go phone, low battery. Alright, no problem. Bye bye. Mwah. Sweet dreams. Make sure you get plenty of sleep, alright? I need an Ultraman monster that's plant-based. I'm sure I've seen some, but can't really remember off the top of my head. It's been ages. Category plant, right? Okay, yeah, let's look for some plants. Yeah, look at all these plant kaiju. I really wish we had a better image of Nepenthes. Because this character looks really cool, but we only ever get an image of him shrouded in shadow, in darkness. We need an image of him that's brighter, you know? This group are based off the term Nepenthes came from a fan contest. Interesting. Oh. Oh, they removed it. I need a Leshy type creature. Nah, this is too flower-like. Okay, you know what? Let's go one monster at a time. We'll shortlist things that we might use. Kijera might be useful. Sabotanda, no. Nepenthes, I would like to use it, but no. Godola, that's a plant. Jagira. No good images. Okay, not gonna use that. Monera. How the hell are these plant monsters? How is that a plant? Vandal. That looks usable. Let's see. What next? No. Well, no. Astromons? Didn't that one movie with Mark Wahlberg? Which movie with Mark Wahlberg? Got a title for me? The reason why I'm looking up Ultimate Kaiju is because I figured this squad, the theme for them is going to be Ultraman Kaiju. But I'm not above using some other plant monster type thing. They're happening? Yeah, let me look this up. The happening monster. Oh wait, the happening, the M Night Shyamalan movie? I don't. Yeah, that's not. The happening doesn't actually have plant monsters. More of the plants are just killing people. I need plant monsters, as in moving plant monsters. Astromons could work actually, so we shortlist Astromons. And let's keep looking. Kakon? No. Bariba. No. Basara. Oh, that looks hideous. It kind of looks like a plant lobster. Oh, that's a concept art. Yeah, we'll shortlist him. Bazelia. Oh, this is perfect. If there's a better image of him. No? Really? That one image is all we have? God damn it! Making a plant monster? A partner for Ace Killer. Basically a bounty hunter. He's gonna be a Leshy. A primal caster Leshy. And I need that. So I need. This is gonna be an NPC, pretty much. An NPC that the players can encounter. So yeah, technically I don't know why I'm spending so much goddamn time on this. Finding good. Finding good. Token art for my NPCs, but everyone would know me by now. I over prepare like hell. Big eye. That doesn't look bad actually. We might. This big eye. Bolajo. No, Bellagio doesn't look right. Not the feel I'm going for. Because it's a great idea, that's why. What? Over preparing? Well, on one hand, yes, it means that I have a lot of things prepped and ready to go when I start the season. On the other hand, the problem is that it takes me ages to get everything sorted, you know? Despala? No, not quite. Like Batman. BC is a great idea. It's an NPC that the party may or may not fight against. It really comes down to how they deal with the encounter. Just to quickly summarize what's gonna happen. Ace Killer and Chronicler, well, he's going to have a different name besides Chronicler, but yeah, Ace Killer, Chronicler, and a few other grunts are going to be contracted to hunt someone. And we'll see how the player party deals with this encounter. Valmagon. And yeah, like I was saying, the theme for the characters in this bounty hunter squad is going to be Ultraman Kaiju from any of the Ultraman series, whether animated or whatever. So I'm just looking for something. Green Sharks. Ooh, this is... I remember this. Yeah, Green Sharks. This'll do. This is perfect. This is perfect for what I want. Okay, technically Nepenthes would be perfect, but unfortunately Nepenthes doesn't have a good image. Okay. We don't need any of these anymore. Green Sharks is it. This is Alien Nepenthes. His design is really cool. Really cool plant blaze kaiju, but the problem is we don't have a shot of him or concept of art of him that is colored. We only have his line art and images of him taken from the anime, and the problem is in the anime the time when he fights, it's nighttime. He's backlit with fire, so he's shrouded in darkness the entire time, so you can't really see what he's doing, you know. You can't make him out from the background really well. So unfortunately I can't use Nepenthes. If I could use this, I would use this, but sadly I can't. But well, you know, TikTok stream act like dumb. You know, TikTok stream act like dumb NPC forgive. You could do that with monsters. I mean, I understand why people would do that for stream, but I don't know. With this particular character, he's not gonna do that. He's basically second in command for the bounty hunter squad. Let me think. What kind of character, NPC character would I apply the whole like actual talking like an NPC thing to? Probably some kind of automaton, but not the Ace Killer automaton. Yeah, why? Why does the anime Ace Killer have this amazing like render of him, but but Nepenthes doesn't have its vendor. Damn it. Why? Why? I'm undecided between two different versions of Ace Killer to use as. Nah. Nah, this version of Ace Killer makes it more obvious where the reference is from. Okay, let me see. Bounty Hunter Green Shocks. Here we are. What about Guyver? There's some really weird monsters on. I haven't actually seen Guyver. I've heard of it, but I haven't actually seen it, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to properly reference Guyver. I might try. I might consider it. If I need more. Actually, hang on. I need to open this in GIMP. I think I need to increase. I need to do some stuff with this because the colors in this are a bit washed out. Let's make it pop a little better so that it's more easier to read. Increase saturation. Just a little bit. Exposure saturation. Get a bit more green. Contrast. And a little bit more contrast. Increase the brightness just a tiny bit to compensate. Okay, there we go. Replace. Okay. Alright, so you must be making monster of Pathfinder, you see it now. Yeah. This is for my Pathfinder campaign that I'm preparing. My friends are eventually going to be playing through this, so I'm just doing prep right now. This is GM night after all. Actually, wait, I think I need to zoom in a bit more. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Okay, there we go. Also, yes, chat. Everything I do is um lifted from other places. I am very, very, very very unoriginal. Let's just put it that way. Automaton. There we go. He's an automaton. He's a plant. Actually, wait, hang on. What subtype are Leshy? Because he's technically gonna be a Leshy. They're uncommon Leshy plant. Okay, so they're a specific subtype in and of itself. So Leshy? There we go. Okay. Bounty Hunter Green Sharks is a Leshy. Working as a bounty hunter. It'll be a nice foil to our player's own Leshy character. Eva, the Leshy gunslinger. I believe his tagline to describe his character is "When nature strikes back." Literal fucking plant hitman. That's actually how he conceptualized his character. Hey. Agent 47. Or John Wick style returns to some kind of grove / hub to take orders in the middle of the forest, and then he goes out to kill people. Yeah, I need to go pee again. You're back, chat. Oh yeah, guys, enjoying your stream so far. Hey. Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness. Okay. Now, I need to modify Green Shock's spell list because he doesn't have the proper spells for what I want. So let's have a look. See what primal spells are available. Primal spell list. All spells primal. Right, so he's going to be mainly a Leshy who mainly performs plant-based attacks. So we definitely Acid Splash. Does he have any Vine attacks? Needle darts. No. Oh wow. Oh, it's thunder and lightning outside. Yes, Tangleroot. Puff of poison. Timber. Drop a tree at someone. You create a small dead tree in your space that falls over on anyone's path. Don't immediately discard a creature. Really? um. Alright, let's give him timber and fucking acid splash then. Timber, acid splash. Oops. You mean to do that? We have fourth no direction. Acid splash, okay. As for cantrips, let's now look through level 1 spells. Anything that's vine related. Grease. Magic Fang. Shilalig. Shielded Arm. Weave wood. Wooden fist. No. No, he's going to... Target grows vines, +1 striking. Nah, he's not gonna be a buffer. It's going to be a... His spells are going to be damaging, and then if I really want to give him vine attacks, I'll just make it his basic attacks. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Acidic Burst. And... Make a plant seed grow rapidly. Protect the tree. Pummeling rubble. Acidic Burst. A shell has only a buzz over. Healing each creature in an area. 15-foot cone. tether, bind target to you. You know what? We're going to give him acidic burst and pummeling rebel. There we go. What is fleet step? Status bonus. Acting strike along also. Status bonus. Yeah, fleet step would be more fun. Pummeling level, acid burst. Right. Now spell level 2. Acid arrow. Standard acid arrow. Enlarge. Exploding earth. Throw a hobble pack of earth. Extract poison. Middle stab, shatter. Sudden blight. Slow process of decay. Each living creature affected by disease. Acid arrow and sudden blight. Those are good spells for him. Not vomit swarm. Yeah. Actually, tremor sense. In normal tremor sense you can detect. Okay, you know what? He is a bounty hunter, so he'll have tremor sense. Tremor sense. And entangle. Tremor sense and entangle. Okay, that'll be his spells. Now his attacks. His attacks are going to be let's see here. I'm going to copy some of the attacks from the entangled Hanny. What is the accuracy of Ace Killer? Plus 13. Bring his stats down real quick. You know what, we'll just manually do this ourselves. Change it so that I don't have to worry about the whole elite modifier. 50, 60, 20. $16. None of these matter. Alright. See, what's Ace Killer's damage? D10 plus 6. His melee attacks are of course gonna be a lot weaker. Oh, excuse me. Attack modifier of 11, 1d6 plus 6. Bludgeoning. Attack. Grapple. Grab. Hang on a second. Hit my fucking... Music! Fucking music! Fucking YouTube, I saw. Oh. Additional attack effects. There we go. Reach. 10 feet. Doesn't need that. He doesn't need that. Tremor sense. Same surface as you. I feel like I need to give him something else. Is it all? Yeah. Yeah. I'll do this. Just grabbing. After a strike, just a grapple. Using the body part. Neither applies, blah blah blah. Okay. I'm bringing it here, and then bringing it here. Okay. So this is green shocks. A vine slash flower leshy. Yeah. I think I'm quite happy with this. Ace Killer and Green Shocks. Okay, so I need to change Ace Killers. Stats a little bit. Claw Harm. Hospital, Hunt Prey, Running Reload. Okay, the rest here I can leave as is. I just needed to change the name of the detected claw arm. Hunted prey around to deal additional damage. No target I can see. Blah blah blah. Okay. Good. Okay, now I need to program his mooks. Let's get some mooks. Let me see what. Do I use for his mooks? He's gonna have a bunch of level 3 grunts. Let's see here. I could just take some generalist bandits and elite them. It turns them into creature level 3. Or tracker. The tracker, looking at his stat block, is mainly an archer character. To be more well-rounded. So bandits. Hatchet. Harbor Master. Reach for hire. Not the guard. Okay, Archer Sentry. Not a watch officer. A pirate. 1,000. No. Yeah, we're going to just get some general bandits and use them. What did I? My phone just pinged me, but I'll check it later. Oh, there's so many bandits that I am unaware of. Bandit Scout, Bandit Skullcracker. Oh, Skullcracker. Why? Wait, hang on a second. Why? Huh? Wait, this is creature 3 and this is creature 2? What? Huh? But... Eh? When the Skullcracker was from NPC Season 4, did they nerf the fucking bandits? Staglord, Bandit Disciple, Garbage, Human Bandit, 3 to 4. What the fuck does this mean? Bandit Disciple creature level 2. Yeah, the Bandit Skullcracker is just... Why? Why? It's so weak sauce and this is creature 3? What the fuck? Okay, Human Bandit is creature 3. PFS 126. The fuck does that mean? Bandit's Ambush, Dread Striker, Frightened, Favorite Terrain. Which bandit stat line do I use? You're going to be creature 3, creature level 3 enemies. Decisions, chat. The fucking decisions. You know what? We'll use Human Bandit. Human Bandit. 5-6, yeah. Very generalist bandit mook. It'll do. I don't understand what the number is, but I'll... Whoops. Hmm. H T Hunter Mook. Alright. I need an image for him. Should I just use the other ace killer image for him? I could. Right. Bamula. Yeah, Panthers. To Ultraman. Now that looks a little bit too sci-fi, I feel like. Yeah, a bit too sci-fi. I need something more generalist for bandits. Unless I want to make almost the entirety of his crew automatons. Decisions, chat. Do I actually have any other images I could already use? No. Oh, I don't want that too. No, I don't want to use that. I want to use that. I want to use that. I don't want to use any of those. Okay, I just thought of something. Hang on a second. I just thought of something. How can I? Let me see if I can find some robot monsters. Robot chief. Category robot. King Joe, Ultroid Zero, Galactron, Windom, Grand King, Garamon. Android Seiko. Literal automaton. A Jaguar. This looks like a generalist mook. Ah. Briganti. No. Almost no. Hi, Firesty. Welcome. How you doing? I'm currently looking for a good robot man image from all the Ultraman stuff. That's an android? Cheaperoid. Oh, that looks really good actually. Better than Black Knight. You know what? We'll use the Black Knight. We'll use Black Knight. This image is more much more closely to the feel I'm going for. Yeah, I'll use Black Knight. Alright, now we will grab this, sticking with the theme of all of the men in the bounty hunter party are Ultraman Kaiju. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Ranged. You know what I'm going to give them? I'm going to give them a crossbow. Just generic. Light crossbow. Ranged. Crossbow attack. You're not going to be very good with it, but they'll have it. What is the damage profile for a crossbow? It's a D8. Interesting. Alright, so 1d8 plus 4. There we go. Chilling, playing some Hunt. Oh, you've been playing. What's the name of that game? Shadow Hunt? Was it? No, not Shadow Hunt. What's the name of that game? You've been streaming a lot of it lately, and I've been just chilling in your streams. I've been seeing you playing it a lot. Better than... You know what? We'll keep the short sword. We'll keep short sword. Yeah, why not? Okay. Okay, so... Is there anything else I need to do? As far as stat blocking is concerned. I don't think I need to do any more stat blocking. At least for Act 1 and Act 2. Actually, for Act 2, I still need to think about what type of encounters the party would run into for Act 2. Technically, the bounty hunter part. I need to start dueling. Hang on. I need to start dueling. Okay. Good thing I remember. Let me see. I can't have the bounty hunters without your target, right? Let's let's start him out. False praise. Sneak attack. Run a performance check. Plus 1 common false speed roll deception performance. Has to be a better. A better generic creature type I can use. Hunter. Tomb Raider, no. 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 Assassin. Fence. Burglar. The burglar stat. Charlatan. Peter's administration to swindle money. Also make impression. Acting performance. To impersonate. Short sword, sap. Advisor. Spy. And blade. Disguise kit. Noble. Noble's a creature level 3. Either a spy leveled down or a charlatan leveled up. Decisions. Charm, usually disguise. Spy doesn't have spells at all. Yeah, you know what? Charlatan leveled up. Charlatan leveled up. There are 2 charlatans. Are they different at all? Nope. Wait, no. One of them has lower initiative and... that's it. What, really? Charlatan NPC Season 4. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'll take the Charlatan. Now, where do I place him? He's technically linked to the bounty hunters because he's going to be their target, but do I place him under city folk? Or do I place him under other adventurers? Decisions. This is just for my own reference. Organizing the different people into different folders. I'll put him in City Folk. There we go. Charlatan. He's gonna be leveled up, and he's going. Need to search for images of him, and unlike everything else, I can't show you guys what I'm looking at, just because this might be not safe for work, and YouTube might not like it. So hang on, let me. Let me see. Unfortunately, I can't show you guys what I'm looking at, because YouTube will bonk me otherwise. Okay, if I go to the wiki, I'm sure it's fine, right? Damn it, there's not enough images here. I need more. Hang on. Hang on. How about this? Is this safe? Oh god. Okay, I can at least show you the image. Okay. While I'm making the token. Okay. Let me. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Is this who the bounty hunters are gonna be hunting, chat? Actually, wait, should I edit this so that the background... Yeah, you know what, I'll edit this so that the background is transparent. Let's just edit this real quick. An alpha channel. Okay, we need to grow. The selection by 1 pixel, and then we'll Delete. There we go. Perfect. Boy, if only my players could see what I'm planning. Any of them know the origin of this image? They'll be like, oh no. Uh, they'll be like, why is Doolin an encounter? Okay. Let's see. There we go. Doolin. Perfect. Now, Doolin. Your name is Doolin. You're gonna officially join my campaign, Doolin. That's a level 4 charlatan. I'm gonna give him some extra abilities as well. Where are spy? Wasn't there a character who could move first? Nimble dodge? Yeah. Gonna give him some abilities. With the burglar. So that he can run away. Is there anyone else whom I can grab abilities from to improve his ability to run away? Troubadour? Cult, no. I could have sworn there was someone who could roll to escape battle or avoid getting hit in battle. Was it the charlatan? Like a piece of charisma. Nimble dodge. Sneak attack, surprise attack. Brave robber. Spy. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the abilities from the burglar and give it to him. Nimble dodge. There you go. He has nimble dodge. And now what kind of spells can I give him to make him run the fuck away? There's another creature with the same body shape. Magic aura, illusory disguise, ghost sound, mage hand, ventriloquism, prestidigitation, inspire courage. What occult spells are good for running away? We need to find good occult spells for running away. Hi Swats, welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Let's see. Hope everyone is having a nice comfy stream. I do work. Tremor sign, warp step. Warp step! Oh! The warp speed same step. I have a bonus to move speed. Yeah, running away spells. Okay, he's definitely gonna have warp step because he's gonna run away. There we go. Now what else? Less breadcrumbs. Charm. Is there a pocket sand spell? It's color spray, isn't it? Actually, I like to break free. Kinetic ram. Notch the odds. Object reading. Sleep soothe. Synchronize. Yeah, okay. So he is going to have ventriloquism, he already has that. He has illusory disguise. He has what does magic aura do? Okay, now what he needs? He needs color spray. What? Really? There's no color spray spell? Is it with a U? No. Where's the color spray spell? Is it dizzying colors? Yeah, it's dizzying colors. And go higher, endure. Ooh, this is good. Flashy. Flashy experience, yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Now let's see. Horse Mercy. Oh, let it help you reach greater heights. Liberating command. Nudge the odds. You make a grand spectacle getting hit. No, not quite. Occult spellcasters have access to Sanctuary? During the attack, must time will to use a hostile. Okay, he needs Sanctuary. And sleep. Okay, now rank 2. Level 2 spells. What can we do? Augury. Befitting attire. Calm creatures in our area. Failure. Hostile actions. Okay, calm emotions. Yeah. Calm. Charm. Darkness, dark vision, deafness. Fairy fire, force life. Piece of ashes. level. Imp Sting. Invisibility! Wait, he already has it. Fuck! Mind games. Mimic undead. Misdirection. Hack attack. Silence. Spice mark. Vomit swarm. Yeah, silence and warrior's regret. There we go. Okay. Hi, Daraka. Welcome. How's it going? Just got your PC set up and everything apart from audio, so going to use my stream to fix it. Okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. Hope everything goes well. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I don't know how many spells a bard is supposed to be able to cast at a specific level, but I don't care. Just kinda given this many spell casts. It's so amazing though, your sleep schedule's now gone. Oh no! Well, since you've gone this far, just try to get it done. At least as far as you're able to, while ensuring that you don't fuck things up, you know? Bee skin. Avian. Android animal? No, he's a bee skin. Alright. I need to prep another image. Okay, let me go back and look for the image I need, which unfortunately I cannot show you guys. Well, I'm looking this up because I don't know what I'm gonna see, and so a lot of these are marked as not safe for work. So yeah. Let me see here. Duelan, you need a disguise. Duelan. Hey, I I just fucked you, and this is crazy. And here's my secret. I'm not Daisy. Perfect. 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 Okay, I need to save this. Alright, chat, you'll be able to see what I'm messing with. Once I bring this over to be turned into a token. Okay, let me grab this. There we go. Darcy. There we go. Alright. I need to duplicate this. Child NPC that I'm gonna use as generic stat line. Oops, I forgot to download this. Alright. Who would have thought that fixing setting a PC would take forever? I mean, there's a reason why whenever people get new PCs, usually takes them several days to get it up and running. I need to go back and look for more. Darcy. There's like 1,000 fucking images that I'm looking for. Scanning all of them to look for something that I can use. Oh god. Hang on. This is a good group image. Say this as looking through images for something I can use. I'm getting tired of looking through goddamn fucking Dueland memes. A lot of these are repeated. People are just uploading the same meme again and again. Yeah, a lot of these are repeated. Damn it. Guess it was too much to ask for Know Your Meme to clean up repeats. What if I search from oldest? Go back to look for classic Dueland. I'll find the one I need. Shit. Can't find the one I need. Damn it. Okay, I'm just going to use that as a image, and this will be the other character. What is my party's insight? Let me see. Need to see what the insight rolls are like. Are people like Cauldron? Leap. Sense motive, right? Roll a sense motive. What is the... It's perception. So Quadrum is a plus 10. Right, so sense motives are perception rolls. In that case, what's Eva's perception? Perception. Some perception is skill. Where the hell is perception listed again? I've forgotten. Crafting proficiencies. I'm trying to remember where. Feats, effects, appearance. Where the hell? How the hell is perception calculated? I forgot. Shit. It's perception. Yes. Plus 12. Hang on. I need to look this up. How is perception calculated again? Measure awareness, perception check. Damn, your perception. Least trained. Almost always add your bonus. Efficiency bonus. You might add circumstances. Perception. Perception in order to figure out initiative. Alter proficiency bonus in perception plus your wisdom modifier. Okay, so proficiency plus wisdom is perception. Okay. If he has a 10 to his perception and Dulan has a plus 13 to deception, if I assume that the difficulty is plus 10, 23, so Quadrum has to roll a 13 or higher to make this Hmm. Up here. We should use deception. +4. Status bonus to deception. Okay, he's gonna have spells to buff it. Okay, so that's fine. I need to pee again. Be right back, Chan. Make sure you guys get up and stretch your legs, alright? Okay. Getting back into my BDSM chess harness. Okay. Now let's continue. I need a NPC for this. See if I tradespeople. Would it be tradespeople? Smith, Guild Master. No. Officers? No, these are magistrates. Noble Master. Warden, no. Would he be a noble? Sticking a nose where it doesn't belong, noble is Lynn. To read names from afar, blah blah blah. Hi Prophet, welcome. How's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome to stat blocking encounters. My brain just froze for a moment there. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna use him. Use the generic noble for this character. Port entry. There we go. It's been okay? Glad to hear it. Your name is going to be... You are going to be a beastkin. Now I need to create a token. Let's see. Token time? Okay, that's fine. Um. Mhm, 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 mhm. Actually, wait, no. This is better for Scroog, ain't it? Nah, 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 nah. This is better. This is better. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to change the thickness like that. There we go. There we go. That's going to be... okay. There we go. So we have Dolan, Darcy, and Scroog McFag. This is going to be a side encounter for the party. Not gonna mess with his stats. I need to create something specific for him. I need to check the rules I generated for this. Do they still work? That's the question. Shit, it might not work anymore. Hang on. Token image. Hang on, I need to run a test. See if this still works. It does still work, okay. That's good actually. I wonder why it's... referencing the wrong toggle. It's annoying. But okay, let's try to see if I can fix this for Dolan. If I can, then I might be able to clean up that rule detail. Value may not be undefined. Okay. Predicate. I need to learn how this works. Hmm. Hmm. How did I set this up for the Higurashi girls? Hmm. Toggle name. Option toggle name. Predicate role option. There has to be a better way to set this up because there's already the token image as a alt option. Role option. Let me see. Can I get this to work? This guy's true label. Hang on. The syntax is wrong. Cannot see. Did I do this right? Learning how to code. I have to make sure it's not doing it right. Shit. There we go. Okay, so that works now. Right. Good. Now I need to update the stuff here. Toggle name. Okay, hang on. What's going on? Hang on. Why? Wait, hang on. Shit's breaking. Hang on. Why can't I? Select Duelan. Okay, I think it's just bugging out, but it's fine. It's fine. She disappear. Yep, just bug. Okay, good. Good. Um. He's gonna run. He's gonna want to go as fast as possible and run the fuck away. Okay. Now that we have all of this set, now there's something I need to decide, chat. I need to decide how I want the party's progress in the Fey bubble to be represented. Hang on. I need more drink. Cream pie chat. Cheers. How do I want it to be represented? Do I want to actually draw the map for them? Or do I just want to have an invisible bar? Then, that the party is following? The Feywild bubble is meant to be really hard to navigate. The party isn't going to really have much by way of landmarks. You know, the party's only gonna have one landmark. The destination. Off in the distance. Otherwise, navigating the Feywild bubble is going to be fucking impossible. Probably not going to have a distinctive map, actually. I'm just going to... Yes, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Ocean Forest. Yeah, I'm just going to... Just gonna use one of these to represent what the party sees, because this is literally all they're going to be seeing. Da, da, da. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be perfect. I'm gonna have a hidden bar tracking the party's progress. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Mhm. There we go. Gonna create a new scene. Um. GM only in showing navigation. Right. Hang on. I need to configure background image. All tokens. Okay, I need to go to maps now. And oops. Uh, uh, there we are. Right. How's this look? Okay. Hmm. 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 Damn it. Non-integer. Non-integer. God damn it. Fucking hell. Okay, hang on. Let me just calculate this manually. Let's increase it by a factor of 5. 1010. There we go. Oh god. Fucking. Wait, why is the grid size so fucked up? Hang on. Greater than 50? Jesus. There we go. Okay, so smaller. I want the grid size to be smaller. Okay. Let's try 100. 200. Lighting. Okay, so this is gonna be where the party is going to, what the party is gonna see for the most part, because they're just traveling through dense verdant forests, and there are no landmarks other than a energy funnel in the distance. It seems to transpose itself further and closer at random. Sometimes they travel for hours and it doesn't seem like it's moving. Other times they travel for a few minutes and it seems like it's way closer than it was before. Time and space do not behave normally in the demi-plane. So that's good. Now I feel like I need to do some photo editing though. Did I save? I did not. Okay, hang on. I need to look for a... Look for a... PNG. Rain. I'm looking for something that has this kind of look to it, that kind of coloring. There's a lot of these. Images online. Maybe I can use one of these. can find a high quality version of this. Background. Let's see. No. This is what I'm looking for. Actually, no. I need a great tree. Hang on. Yeah, great tree of Yggdrasil. Yeah. Okay, Yggdrasil. PNG. I know Yggdrasil has existed in Final Fantasy, several Final Fantasies, but I need to find. Is there really no Yggdrasil? PNG. Let me see if I can find a great tree PNG I can use. Wait a second. Wait, this site asked me to log in, and I said no, and he gave me the PNG anyway. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna question it. Not gonna question it. Teehee. Okay. I need to edit this image to have this tree in here. Okay. This serves its purpose, serves its function as to show that there's something there. Okay. There we go. Okay. That's done. If I really wanted to, I could edit this to show a big tree off in a distance. Yeah, let's see how hard this is. Let's see how hard this is gonna be. Okay, now I need to make parts of this tree transparent. So let us take my razor tool and just get rid of it as all. It's gonna be really messy. Not gonna be properly editing this. Anybody who decide will probably be looking at me and being like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Well, you know what? I'm lazy. This is how I'm gonna get the cheat to be in the image. It'll do. It'll fucking do. It'll fucking do, chat. Yeah, it'll fucking do. You need to look so closely at it anyway. Okay, now I need to configure this. 6. If people wonder why the tree seems to disappear before reaching the other treetops, it's because mist. Yeah, because mist. Doesn't matter. It works. Doesn't fucking matter. It'll do. It'll fucking do. Actually, wait, hang on. Shit. This area here needs to be clean a little bit more. There we go. There we go. There we go. It'll do. It'll fucking do. Okay, overwrite. Wait, didn't I? Does it need to reload the image? Hang on, something isn't right. Data maps. He is using the right one, but maybe the entire client needs to be reset. Then it'll reload the new image. That's probably what we need to do. Ah, it's fine. Yep, it's fine. We're not gonna bother with that. Okay. That looks so jank, but oh well. Oh well, it works. It fucking works. Ay. I think we're done. For the most part. Is there anything else I need to do? Right, I need to create a oh, oh, excuse me, sorry. Oh, burping. I need to create a new map from the Empire. Okay, so let me do that. Okay. Now, which map should I use? That one, I think. Yeah, I think this map will the one with the borders drawn would look the best, even though the drawn borders look so messy, but at the very least it's clear to the players where everything is. Let me create a new scene. Okay. It's gonna be our map. Save changes. There we go. Now let's see what this looks like. Wait, this car is on grid. Fuck! Shit. That's not good. Fuck. I need to align the grid. Shit. I forgot what the grid value was. Must be greater than 50. God fucking damn it! Shit. Fuck. What was the grid size? How do I calculate this so that it's actually, wait, hang on. I should probably just get rid of the grid, shouldn't I? Fucking double grid. Or should I just go gridless? Oh, that looks so weird. Okay, hang on. Let me export an empire of the hand map without a grid. Oh, God damn it. I forgot what my password was. It is. Hang on, let me put this away so that I can. I completely forgot my password. Shit. Need to reset my password again. My amazing passwords that are so strong that I don't know what my passwords are. Okay, there we are. I'm gonna need to remove the maps for this, aren't I? I mean, remove the grids for this. I feel like there should be a way for me to export this to Foundry's grid system, but how do I do that? Like, the annoying thing about Foundry's grid system is that Foundry's grid system is use quick visual to visually adjust this. Huh? How does? Yeah, how do you? There has to be a better way to do this. It's size 100. Why? Why does it not? Why does it not like track grid size by fucking number of squares? It's so much easier if you track the grid size by the number of squares, but no! Columns and rows. It wants you to use this weird grid size modifier where you count the pixels a goddamn grid size. And try to align it properly. Is it aligned? It's not aligned. Shit. Will it ever be aligned? How do I align this properly? It's too small. But why is it offset by this much? That shouldn't be. What? Why is it not fucking aligning properly? Yeah, it's between 1 point. Can I fucking? Oh god, you're gonna be fucking shitting me! Increasing size doesn't fix it. I do a point. Oops. 0.1. We're changing the background. Okay, so. God fucking damn it. You can't be fucking serious. Kind of dumb. Okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. God fucking damn it. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna get rid of the fucking grid and we'll just use the grid on Foundry instead. Fucking hell. Okay. Grid. Alright. Export this image. 2K. Save image. Save and export. It's just a 2K image. How hard could it be to export a 2K image? Okay. Alright. What I don't understand is why the grid between Incarnate and Foundry is misaligned. Why does it do this? What if I increase it by times 3? And try to mess with the grid size that way on a times 3 integer. Will it line up properly? It's not lining up properly. Why? Why the fuck are you not lining up properly? Why are you not syncing up? It's always like half off. Why is it doing this? This doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Hang on, what if I increase the background image size by times 5? There's probably some math reason for this, but theoretically it shouldn't. This shouldn't be a problem. But it is. And why? I have no idea. It's finally lined up. It's finally lined up. Oh god damn it. Finally! I need to increase the map by times 5. And... okay, you know what? You know what? Fuck this shit! Fuck this shit! I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Show grid. And... going to export again. Save and export. And then we're going to import this again. Because apparently we figured this shit out. Fucking damn it. I'm fucking... pissed. Configure. God, this feels like it's way too large, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care anymore. Okay. God fucking damn, that's done. Oh, I'm tired. I did a lot of stat blocking today. Let me double check to make sure that everything is working right. Right, this is Darcy. Hmm. Got 10 minutes before I crash. Cons, actors, actor, prototype, and name. Place with game, actors, and everything filtered yourself as a site. Created freshly in the main one, it becomes annoying. You have a token. Might as well have the same as actor. But to update all effect with a macro. Every NPC in a wall, every NPC is over. Oops, sorry. It was my face was buried in NPC generation, and I didn't check, and I only checked back now. I'll keep this. Macro in mind. Thanks. Probably just going to do this manually. Someone actually tried to answer my question about changing NPC names. But oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this myself. Okay. Ultimate Hunter Mook names have been changed. I need to double check the fake creatures list. Yeah. Need to change this. This case, if want NPCs to have a unique name, I generate a unique character sheet for them. Random Mook NPCs are all called random Mook NPCs. Well, named NPCs have their own sheets. Mm. Uh. Mm. Looks like that mackerel will do nicely. Thank you. Mm. Mm. Okay. uh, the party is gonna. You know, I'm looking at this image and I'm already cracking myself up. um, now what else do I need? Let's see. How long have we been going for? 7.5 hours. Phew. Let's see. This is something I need to decide on. Do I want to upgrade Hansel and Gretel? Okay, technically they are only going to become plot relevant in Acts 2 and 3. So I don't need to decide on this now. I can think on it. Yeah, I'll think on it. And mess with them eventually. The acolytes aren't gonna do anything. It's eventually going to be a very important... Actually, wait, no. This character is going to be plot relevant early depending on what my party member does. So I need to generate this character now. Alright, let me see. There's a very specific character that's going to be replacing Priestess Rosina in the church. I need to look up her name. Let's see. What's her name? What is her name? Ida, Roberta. Ida might have an entry. Rip-off church. There we go. Oh. Members? Yolanda. Hmm. 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 I need to find a good image for her. Ah. Do we have character concept art? Because that will look. It's hard for me to find a good shot of her. In fact, this is probably the best shot of her. Yeah. Well, we'll use this as. Now, let us go to token stamp. Such a nice old lady. What? I need to look up how the religions of Pathfinder handle ranks. Hang on, let me see here. Would it be under core? Secrets of Magic, Book of the Dead? Gods and Magic. It'll be under Gods and Magic. Okay, alternate domains. Gods. Match devils, queens of the night, esoteric order, god calling, laws of morality, character options. Do they don't go into the church, do they? Core deities. Other deities. Let me look up Yomidai. What do they have? Relationship temples, castles, cathedrals. Blah 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 blah. Priests of Yomidai. Crusaders, Knights, Ascendant's Day. They don't talk about specifics of how the church is organized, do they? Knight's Travel Guide. Maybe the Society Guide would give me Factions, Envoys, Vigilant Seal, Masters, Grinning, Nexus House, Academy Instructors, Factions, Grand Archive. Yeah, this doesn't give me what I want. I need Okay, you know what? Guess I need to do that. There we go. Okay, close all of the other tabs that are right. We don't need them anymore. Okay. I'm thinking of what the ranks of the church would be. Let's find the church ranks. Composition of church ranks. Does anyone have any? Hierarchy of the church in Pathfinder. Is a 3 big roles, cleric and crystal paladin seem affiliated with a given church. The idea that connected with the church. High ranking. Which in the role. titles. Titles and forms of address. I'm looking up priest, priestess, cleric. Yeah, boring. Father Xantus. Priest of Abadar. Saint Hierarchy. Inquisitor of Abadar. Okay, let me look up how the Catholic Church's hierarchy functions. Catholic Church ranks. Okay, let's see. Deacons, priests, bishops, archbishops, cardinals, and the Pope. A cardinal is higher ranked than a bishop, also advises the Pope. Cardinals also rank higher than archbishop. Servants will clearly preach all rounders. To unlock the rest, god damn it, I need to know. Okay, fine. I'll just make up my own then. That's what this thing is telling me. Make up your own. So. Based on what I've told a party. Okay. What happened in season 1 was there was a potential. There was an insurrection in the city of Lordwall. A false king installed himself at the keep and tried to declare independence for the Hannies. While that was happening, the Church of Yomidai themselves tried to establish order in the city, but they did so against everyone. They antagonized the Hannies as well as the Imperial forces that tried to retake control of the city. So that could be considered to be insurrectionists as well. And I told the players that as part of the players helping the Empire regain control of the city, they had managed to convince Priestess Rosina, the local priestess who was in charge of the city's branch of the Church of Yomidai. They convinced her that the Empire was coming back and it would be better for everyone if she surrendered her forces back into the Empire, so that the Archbishop, or basically surrender, face punishment, um, as meted out by the Church of Yomidai in exchange for most of her followers being pardoned. In the end, she's the only one who, as the leader of the insurrection, the rebelling church in the city, she's the only one that's going to be punished. And typically, I told the players that the Archbishop would be someone to deal with that. So that tells me that Yolanda is going to be an Archbishop. Archbishop Yolanda. Has been dispatched to the city to deal with the problems. I need an extremely high level divine caster. This is arcane. My mother knows spells. Mother Mithara. These are primal. These are occult. Is there really no Wendigo priest? I'm not gonna stat her out completely. I am just going to be using something as a starting point, and yeah, she's gonna be extremely high level. So she's not meant to be a character that the party tangles with. She's just gotta be there to, perform roleplay functions. Dragon Priest, no. Rancor of Priesthood. The fuck is this? It's a swarm enemy. Okay. False Priest as well. False Priest is a level 7 creature. Really? Well, Priestess is a level 3. Priest of Blackfinger. Flame Strike Death War. Shadow Blast. Silence. Appearance of Wealth, Phantasmal Killer. Vampiric Exsanguination. Shadow Blast, Blindness. Heal, Airwalk. Be the Movement, Invisibility. She's gonna be in the upper echelon, so we'll use the Priest of Black Fingers as the template. Right. Alright. I might change the name eventually. I haven't really thought much about her yet. I just know that I needed a character to fulfill that role, or more like I just suddenly thought of that I needed a character to fill this role. So yeah. Okay. How long have I been going for? Almost 8 hours. Wow. This is the longest I've actually worked on characters. I need to give her a weapon. So, one last thing we're gonna do. I need to find a good weapon for her. Firearms. She needs a very, very, very powerful weapon. Let's see what we can get for her. Petrification cannon. Tentacle cannon. Spike launcher. Combine. Yeah, it's nice she doesn't use that. Rare and unique firearms. He's all cursed. Intelligent. Not a rare and unique magical firearms. It affects the fly movement. Mountebank's passage. Rowan rifle. I need to double check something. There is treasure by level somewhere. I need to look up what the treasure by level recommendations are. Rarity, camping structure, rewards, ranked rewards, treasure. How dynamic encounters, counter variation, treasure by encounter. Right. So assuming she's level 12. No, that's not what I need. Shit. No, wait, total treasure per level. There we go. 16,000 GP. Hazard. Fences offenses. I've forgotten where the treasure by level recommendation is. I know it exists somewhere. Hang on, let me look this up. Pathfinder 2E treasure by level. It's in the core rulebook, page 508. There we go. Okay, so she's level 12. She will want to have a 13th level weapon in and around 13th level. Alright, so now that we know that, let me see here. What's a good gun to give her in and around 13th level? Pistol of Wonder? Dang. Yeah, I doubt she'll have the Pistol of Wonder. Tiger's Claw. Reaper's Grasp. Mountebank's Passage. Dogs barks, Thorndary's weapon, take the ship, pouncing tigers. Really? Oh, that's fancy. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. She's gonna have the tiger's claw instead of a composite shell ball. Yeah, she'll have the tiger's claw. Okay, let's put this together, shall we? We'll use the compulsive shot ball on the stat block as a reference point. Magical concussive 3 reload 1 magazine. Are there traits for guns that have magazine size? I thought there was. Let me have a look, see. What does repeating do? Arm scatter, blunderbuss, double barrel. Oh, God damn it. They don't have the. They don't have the. Wait, no, here it is. Camelot magazine, specialized. Nations only. Each time the weapon is cockfired. So reload value to reload, it is reload entry. Interesting, so it okay, so it's reload 0. Repeating scene. Is there no way for me to track magazine size? Magazine with 6 pallets. That's annoying. Oh. Add damage. Okay, so what's the damage on crossbow? Also, what are the other? traits on guns usually? Fatal, fatal, fatal aim, fatal. Fatal aim. Stock of this weapon. Ensure weapon is a slip of armor. However, if I am a make of weapon in two hands, is the damage die? No. I kind of wish they would list all. All weapon traits on the weapon itself, rather than making us look up what fatal does. Okay. Oops. 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 I know, let's get back to the Tiger Claw. What can it do? Fearsome. You're slashing them instead of piercing and add an additional. Resistant bleed damage on a critical hit. Wounds appear on a target. And frequency once per day, you capitalize on Phantasmal Killer. Where's the poison coming from? Toxic Mastery? Oh, it's because of this. These additional status penalty throws against Kylans. Poison it ever Killer Violet trait. Oh, it's because of this. That's why all the attacks have poison. What are damage types? Need to look up damage types. Because she doesn't do poison. She's not someone who do poison. She would do something else. Okay, I need to look up the damage types. The legal damage types. What are the legal damage types? There's a valid selectors. Arcana immediate. What are the damage types? Spells damage. Damage formatting frightened. I need a list of all the damage types. Getting started. What's a rule element? Damage dice. Hang on, let me look this up in here. They would have a list of all the damage types. So let's see, what are all the legal acid, call, sonic, vitality, void, bleeding, slashing, mental, spirit, mental damage. There you go. Poison's energy melee range strikes the additional poison damage. Here's a mushroom. Alien's divine spell for 1 round. I'll mess with this later. Technically, yeah, the party aren't supposed to fight her. I'm just fucking, yeah. Good enough. Wait, hang on, I need to check. Need to change this to Archbishop Loranda. Okay, there we go. I think now we are done. We did a lot of work today, and yeah, I think that's all the prep I'm gonna be able to do today. Whew. I'm tired. All this preparation work. But it's so that once we're all done, then everyone, all the party members can have fun. Hopefully have fun playing through the campaign. Oh god, oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get up and finally stretch my legs. Okay, let me finish my... Actually, wait, there's still some root beer. Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you've been drinking as long as you have a normal chat. And coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have. Pair segment going in 3, 2, 1. Cream pie. Cheers. Ah. Ah. Okay. Let's think about ending now. Trying to figure out. Oh, should we? Damn it! Why? There's actually a very specific person I want to rate, but this person has been ending his stream so early nowadays. Why do you end the stream so early? He's the person who created my adorable emotes. But he's been ending. Damn it. Well, let me see if there's anybody I can potentially rate. Me over here, and let me see. Are there any names I recognize? There's one whose name I potentially recognize. But are you who I think you are? No. No, you're not the person I'm thinking of. Anybody in the VTuber category? No one. Okay, yeah. No one I know is streaming right now, so we're going to just end here, chat. Everyone, thank you so much for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. I love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream, and I'll see you again soon. Alright, guys. Oh, I'm tired. Got a lot of work done today. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below if you're on YouTube side and you enjoyed your time here. Alternatively, if you're on Kickstarter, remember to hit the follow button. Next stream is probably going to be Bladder's Gate. I want to continue our adventures in Bladder's Gate, and then after that, I need to wait. When is there is a very big event that we want to cover. Gaming event. Let me see. Was it the Game Awards we wanted to cover? Right, yeah, the Game Awards. It's on 7th of December, so okay, no, we still got 10 days before the Game Awards. Okay. Oh, that's coming up in 10 days or so. I haven't thanked you, my extra mall supporters, in a while. Thank you to Lucky, Crabpress, Dotka, Foxy, and Maka. Always give me your big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Lear, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky Shoe, DJ, Cass, Reactor, and Dova for supporting me on Patreon and Fancy. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do need to post some. Hang on, something's not wrong. Okay, I thought I was hearing something wrong. Okay, yep. Now what was I thinking of? Right, I need to post some, uh, some nice photos on. Oh no, not November. Yeah, technically, yeah, I did take some photos, but I didn't post them, so I should probably post them. So after, actually, wait, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to post them right now on Twitter. Hang on. You guys aren't going to be able to see what I'm doing, but I'm gonna post them right now. Okay, let me see. What was the last thing I posted? Okay, I definitely took some more images since then. Let me see. To make sure I keep my promise too. To Wrath. This isn't the image I wanted to post. Not this. Did I already move them over? Yes, I did. I did move them over already. Okay. I need to do some basic editing for these images. So give me 1 second. Okay, I need to grab this image and fine. There was a very specific stamp I saved that I want to use, but I forgot where I saved it. It here? Yes, it was here. Right. Going to grab this stamp, copy and paste it here so that I can find it easily. There might be other images I also previously prepped, but I didn't get around to posting. Let me double check my other prepped images. Let's see. God, this is... Sometimes Windows 10 takes forever to index stuff. Oh, well, while I was doing that, going to... Is this here? Okay. Okay, there is this image here. Yeah, this is a really old image that I prepped a long while ago, but I never used it. So I'm gonna post this right now. Mm. 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 Is there a hashtag for No Nut November? I'm not seeing. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, I posted something. I kept my promise to post something. An image that I took a long time ago that I actually edited and prepped, but I forgot to post. I have a really bad habit of taking pictures and forgetting to post them. Hehe. Oh well, it's posted. I actually meant to post that 10 days ago, but I forgot. Oh well. Yep. The image posted today. Hehe. You know, a lot of people have been asking me whether or not I should make a Christmas outfit, but to be honest, the one time there is one particular type of Christmas outfit I might consider making, but it doesn't. I don't think I can make it look good. It's a little bit too complicated to pull off in terms of avatar meshes. Also, I don't think I want to devote the time and energy to creating a Christmas outfit. I think I'm just gonna stick with my Paro. Yes. So, any case, images posted, and I'll be ending here. Chat. Love y'all. Sweet dreams. Alright. I'll definitely see you again soon, okay? Hope everyone enjoyed your time here, chilling, relaxing. Let me save all these and close. The rest, okay. Yeah. All done. Bye y'all. And sweet dreams. Good night to Kick on YouTube. Bye 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 bye.